Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. As usual, we're going to do the dailies due to the amount of players available on the Shadow Data Center. We will start with the ones that require more players, being Alliance Raids and Frontline on Chaos. Once we've done those, then we come on over to Innocent Shadow, and then we do the 8-man stuff and then the 4-man stuff. Because what often happens is, like, later in the stream, people have stuff to do. Things to get to. So, bad idea to delay the more player content to later in the stream, if we can help it. With that said, hey Tristan, hey Lana, hey Giraheen, hey Gazel, hey Gazadragoon, hey Saribux, hey Ham, hey Ardell, hey Cat, hey Zaf, hey Phil, hey Fru, and hey Cyanide. Hope you're all doing very well. Yeah, good idea. Remember to grab your Wondrous Tales. By the way, something interesting that briefly came up on the Discord server. The hypothesis or the observation that where the A Realm Reborn extreme's at. I don't recall getting an A Realm Reborn extreme. I don't think since I, like, finished. Well, at least not... I don't think since I got a level 100. I don't think. Anyone else? Check your books. Do you have an A Realm Reborn extreme? Or is it just gone? Is it no more that? Have we lost the A Realm Reborn extreme in the Wondrous Tales? And if you don't have a level 100 and you do see A Realm Reborn extremes, then I believe the story is that if you don't have a max level job, then it gives you at most level 60 stuff. And then you reach level 100, or at least in Endwalker it was up to level 60 stuff. I don't know if it's up to level 70 stuff if you don't have a level 100 now. It's not that it's not like it's a huge deal or a problem. It was just an interesting observation that apparently the rules have changed. And I don't think it was mentioned. It's just randomly gone. That's fair. I mean, Sephiroth is easily soloable with a level 100 now. Easy. Genuinely. It's just annoying because it still takes like 2 or 3 minutes to beat Sephiroth Extreme just because stuff happens. Whereas Ultimate Weapon is dead. You know, it just would have been easier, right? With that said, should we start with an Alliance raid? So if you'd like to join for Alliance raids, come on over to me. There you go. You do have space for 2 more. We have space for one more, but I don't want to take either sip or I'd rather bring both. I don't want to kick anyone else either, so I guess we'll have to do it like this. Should I say a time when we queue? Or do you maybe don't want to? I don't think Sip wants either. Flip a coin 5 head. Well, seems like Sip really wants me to not bring him. We can do it like this. Flip a coin 5 head. Yeah, also, while we're on the subject, remember to grab your Wondrous Tales if you want to do it. I have heard some people say that now that they're checked your gear, everyone, you all individually have to check that you qualify for alliance raids. But I have heard some people say, well, now that they like some of the easier options aren't there anymore, it's too tedious. Although I will say, if you do roulettes daily, like this one, if you do expert roulette every day, that one's free. You just, like, if you use second chances, it's free. You just have to do a few other things and you're good. Fail says I'm gonna get 3 lines this week, I swear. Hey, good luck. Remember, the earring if your job is not max level. That is also true. If you actually, not only if your job is not max level, XP boosting items like this earring, it doesn't check this level to decide whether it works or not. It checks what level you are at that very moment, which means that if we get Circus Tower, then Azima's earring will work. It won't be massively impactful on account of it boosting the XP from the boss kills themselves by 30%, which, well, it's level 50 mob, but it's something. I think the bosses in, like, MSQ Roulette, like, I've seen them give, like, 80,000 XP, and things like that. So, like, 30% on that is still a bit. A little bit. It's not huge when you need, like, 10 plus million XP to gain a level. But if you're going to complain that you're 2k away from leveling up, then, you know, so it, like, every bit matters. Remember to tank the dragon in the center. What dragon? Yesterday, I was a replacement for a group in Obon Monastery. For my alliance raids, we got Obon Monastery. Today, we get Obon Monastery. What's happening? Why is everyone queuing for Obon Monastery? What happened? Everyone unlocking Bosha? What's happening here? They realized its peak. Finally, we've discovered peak. It's still funny to get it 3 times in a row. I just realized I forgot Cardia. No one saw that. I got so stuck in the fact that I was like, you've Kracia. Oh wait, Juan has already done it. Right. And then I didn't proceed down my checklist after that. It was just, well, whatever. Hey, Angel and Bronto. Hope you're both doing well. Yeah, exactly. Gazel says, I was like, I have Cardia, everything's fine. And that's also what happens when you have two sages. Like, well, Cardia's on the tank, right? Is it possible that the earrings have fixed alliance rates? Not sure on that one. But at least it's looking better. Hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. It sounds like you are. It's good news. So now we can finally complete the game. Yes, also it's insane how much I've been getting copied factory. I wonder why you'd get specifically copied factory. Watch these. This guy went and was like, I would like a gun. And then they said, what kind of gun? And then he said, yes. I would also like gun legs and gun wings. And also an extra large gun. Just to top it all off. Like, he's dual wielding guns. His legs are kind of like guns. His wings look like it's not quite a gun, but it looks like barrels to shoot with, right? And then he also has the big sniper on his back. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well.
You shall promise. Promise won't save you from what comes next.
Oh no! It's time to show hole! You see, the thing is, Cyanide, that it makes... What happened to Gazel? It makes way better sense that people are getting a ridiculous amount of Aglaia right now, because people discovered that leveling trick. Mustadio, what's your favorite gun? What do you mean, favorite? It's just, what's your favorite gun? All of them. Alright, what's your favorite gun? Many. I like my guns as a lot of guns. What did he say there? Watch this. Oh, thanks. The American boss. That might explain it, Brontom. Also, hey, Kylan. Hope you're doing well. See, the thing is, Kylan, it's an interesting idea. The reason why... Like, see, the thing is, I haven't been using Aglaia to level with. Because, like, I haven't, like, on any day so far, I haven't, like, gone down the list of dailies and then gone... Oh man, if only I had more stuff to do. Like, usually it's kind of late by the time I've done my dailies, so I don't get to the point where I'm spamming something. And I could imagine that it would be very boring Like, if you're having fun spamming Aglaya, that's fine. But I could imagine some players would rather just not, because it's a little... gets very samey, right? But, if it works, that's good. And I think it's very funny that we've discovered such a trick works, or such a strategy works. That's okay, Lexi. We got 18 clears on that stream. And we have another one this week.
You have proven yourself deserving of the title. Zodiac Brave. With this, my journey can, at long last,
One mount.
come to an end.
Sip wanted. Yeah, one mount is fine. Would have been nice if we had gotten two, though, right? 401 extreme kills. I thought you had finished. Are you still going? Gleaming says, I don't remember where it was, but I remember running into a mech that looked like Shoal, but you were supposed to hide the hole. I think that was in Alo Alo. One of the variant dungeons, at least.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
If only the mount was as common as supports jumping first. Oh yeah, that's also true. In the 2-platform mechanic, Lexi, I think we had... Was it... like over 10 times in a row or something, we had that support had to jump first. Like, DPS gets thrown over, and then support has to jump first. Or, support gets thrown over, support has to jump first. Like, 9. That's still a lot. I specifically recall the observation that it was less than 1% chance for that to happen that many times in a row. It's better if DPS is jump first. Yeah, because of the timing, that's true, but but that doesn't change the fact that we got the result that we did. Delay burst by... I don't think it's worth it to delay your burst by 30 seconds, Angel.
Black with corruption and must needs be cleansed!
Don't worry, Sip. I think Ilana's joking. I hope Ilana's joking. Yoink. Oh, that was fast. I'm not surprised it wouldn't be worth, Lexi. The thing is, like, delaying your burst by 30 seconds pretty much would need to be like, yeah, if you start your burst now, then you don't get very much of it. Like, then we could talk, but, like, you're only losing, like, a few seconds of the burst. And then there's, like, the whole argument that, for the most part, once your opener's over, most of the time, it's actually still, like, it's better to just use everything on cooldown. Like, if something drifts, like, in a vacuum, it's often fine to just click the thing on cooldown even though it falls outside of buff window now. Because damage is better than not damage. And you'd need several buff windows to make it worth it. To wait. Like, the conversation is more complicated than that. Like, in reality. But, it is, in general, like that. So delaying your burst 30 seconds so it doesn't get messed with, I find it too unlikely that it would ever be worth it.
Oh, divine light, send us from our sins. Gaze deep into the light.
After I was murdered in Talay, I was on the edge of the multi-stack and the person with the multi-stack moved out, so only me and them was in it. That sounds equally, like, very deliberate, and also like they didn't even realize. It's like, when you have a sprout in like earlier trials and stuff like that, and it's like the first time they've had a stack marker on them. So like you just see them go, oh no, panic, and then they'll just run to Narnia. Like you're just, why? What, like, what about this marker could possibly tell you to run away? Why is the loot behind us? Yeah, the reason why the conversation is about like delaying your burst by 30 seconds or something is complicated sometimes is because it really boils down to, well, what are you losing by delaying it by 30 seconds? It's actually the same kind of conversation that, like, I don't feel like people like make that specific connection that much anymore, but I do remember like back in Stormblood reading guides where it was like people were saying, well, what motivates having skill speed in part is what you're getting at the end. And that alone doesn't really make much sense, but when you realize that having a GCD be slightly faster, like if you have a constant 8-minute fight, having enough GCD, like enough skill speed, that you can fit one more GCD in, for example for Dragoon back then, meant, oh, I get to finish the fight with full thrust instead of Vorpal thrust, because I got one more GCD. Like, the question wasn't, well, how many GCDs are you getting? It was, what GCD are you getting? Like, specifically, what are you getting out of this deal? And also that, as Angel says, whether you lose a burst or not also boils down to, well, when does the boss die? Like that moves over to conversations like in Endwalker with Monk's different openers, where one of them, or some of them, happen to be better if the boss died, like on a specific timing and things like that.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another. I am...
By the way, Juan, I will probably use Pepsis when we get doomed in a little bit.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed. call out to the skies.
There you go, that's not so hard.
The brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching.
The gods will not be watching, so you're blindfolded, or what's the deal here?
Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more.
Hey Zergo and Rust, hope you're both doing well. Yeah, the thing is, and I've said this so many times, but giving bosses voice lines, memorable voice lines, is so good. It helps so much.
And death alone.
A memorable dance indeed.
Die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Honed is the blade that severs the villain's
Well,
head.
to each their own, Zaf.
Path that leads him from hell.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. I think the two things that specifically make the Thunder God so memorable is both his voice lines, and I'm pretty sure there was something about him being brutally difficult when, like, Obon Monastery was initially released. So, like, not only did he have awesome voice lines, but you got to hear them a lot. Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. I had on that particular aspect, I have to say I think that was the case because I didn't do Obon Monastery on patch. Actually, I did Obon Monastery the first time on, I think, the release day of Boja or something like that.
Eyes in balance. And now the scales will tip.
Seems like people are telling me in the party chat that he was actually really, really hard for a long time.
A piteous display.
The greed! More punishing than hard? I mean, I feel like those things are a little bit similar in a way.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Similar.
Escape is not so easily granted.
Escape is not so easily granted. Escape from what?
They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come.
Take this, Alliance B in particular. You know, when I saw him do that specific thing for the first time, I genuinely thought that he was like going to do that, like stab into the ground, through the entire arena, because I couldn't imagine that he would only bully one team. No, 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 no! Gazel, you don't want a stack! You don't want one! He swings for physical damage! You don't want one! It's a really mean mechanic, but the tank never wants the tether. Ever. Because then you just die to 2 autos afterwards. And then, like, you could say just heal better. Yeah, it'll take all of our healer resources to... I don't have anywhere to go. You wasted the entire arena, bro. This is going to hurt. Like, B just came from the north. Actually, from the south. Just to place this. Can we use Alliance C's part of the arena to place our circle? They probably won't mind. B was so mad they got bullied that they decided to like pass the buck. Escape from Wolf's Den Pierre music. Oh, we have cutscenes. Just run in place. Yeah, that's what I should have done. Just like started running towards the guy coming to our spot. Yeah, unfortunately, Aerodil, there's not that much you can do because someone can grab the tether and then just like full force run into the wall in front of them, and then the tether's no longer grabbable. So like the best you can do about that particular tether is teach the tanks that they shouldn't take it. That's the best you can do. Hey Zeros, hope you're doing well. Oh.
The day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
Good luck, Bronto. That sounds like a weird day.
Kneel before me.
You know what I love when this mechanic happens? When like one melee DPS gets a spread marker and they go, nah, I want to stay in melee range. So everyone else runs away. That there is space for everyone except you.
Shall not escape my wrath.
There is the argument that you could probably just heal up afterwards, but I mean, if we start making that the default, that, oh yeah, well, if it means any DPS loss at all, then the healers have to adjust. That sounds like a problem. Exactly, Angel. What if they're melee? Then they'll have to use Writhing Snap or something. Writhing who? Writhing damage. Weak soul stablish. It's Viper Scathe. Isn't that funny, by the way? For black mages, it's like, oh yeah, well, Scathe is basically useless. You never use it. Meanwhile, Dragoon Piercing Talon just hanging out quietly in the corner. Viper's Writhing Snap quietly hanging out in the corner, hoping no one notices that they're not really getting used much. Samurai actually using NP occasionally. And then there's Monk. That... Oh boy. Oh, look, it's a lore reference! Wow! Pictomancers will die to a pillar falling on them, apparently. That hurt a lot. No! Hey, Gorux, hope you're doing well. And Chester, hope you're doing well as well. Hey, Silvermint, hope you're doing well.
Simmer does the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone.
Thank you, Chester. It's actually true. It does help to do things like liking a stream while it is active. I think. I'm actually not sure. I think. But it does help. Make YouTube algorithm go, this is a good stream. I think. Black Mage is a bit more strict on rotation even below level 100, so I have to adjust it from before. That makes sense. And that's also the thing that, you know, Scathe is better than nothing. It's always better than nothing.
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the abyss from
And always spot the players that didn't spend enough time in the source on those pillars. Oh yeah, I suppose so. Holy and white is what Scathe should be? I feel like if Scathe was as good as Holy and White, then I feel like Black Mage wouldn't be justified in having the amount of other instant options that they have.
your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
Although if they made Scathe different, like made it more different than what it is now, so like it was something you built up to in the same way that Holy and White is something you build up to, then that could work. I'll say so. Hope you're doing well. Imagine getting Holy and White at level 15. Phil said in party chat, Xenoglossy is pretty much Holy and White. Yeah, that's actually a good point. The difference is that Xenoglossy is more like Comet in Black. Because the thing is, the problem with Holy and White is that once you get Comet in Black, using Holy and White is like... It's small. It's very small, but it is a DPS loss to use it. Again, like, unless you had to move, right? The difference, like, comparative to Scathe... Nailed it! Comparative to Scathe, Scathe is, like, such a gigantic, cataclysmic DPS loss that sometimes you'd rather do nothing. Like, sometimes you'd actually rather do nothing. Raki says, I was really confused when I learned Scathe as a basic ranged attack because I played Final Fantasy XII. And it's one of the strongest spells in the game. That is pretty funny. I imagine there's actually a lot of things... Wait, what? What? Can you skip the intermission? I didn't even know that was possible, huh? That's incredible. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. That's really weird. Exactly, BSI. What happened? Where's the maze phase? Yeah, I think a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV, attacks that players are given, if they exist at all in other games, there's a very high chance that it feels like, why is it so weak? Like, for example, isn't it weird that Black Mage uses Fire 3 as like a practical spell? Like, it's not used as a maximum damage spell, it's a practical spell. And Fire 4, like, you'd assume that's something that gets like, oh, that's the big thing you build up to, right? Like, that's the big explosive finale you use once in a blue moon. Nah, that you just spam those. You're just like, oh, why can't I hold all these Fire 4s? Like, I'd assume in any other Final Fantasy game, Fire 4 is really expensive. So, like, if you're casting Fire 4s like a Final Fantasy XIV Black Mage, that Black Mage is just, like, just chugging ethers, just with all the ethers, because they need all that MP to actually cast Fire 4. Meanwhile, Black Mage in 14 is just, like, whatever. I have, like, MP for, like, 6 of those, easy. And yeah, Holy is also one of those where it's like, you'd expect that to not be the thing you spam, right? Exactly, Raki, just casting Fire 4 with one hand and drinking with the other. I think it was more that Holy was the only good damage spell, damage white magic, because like I think they got like something kind of garbage at low levels and things like that. But like in those low levels, you're like, well, I need Cure, I need Ishuna, I need whatever deep defensive spells, and then when you had like you only had 3 slots or something like that. Final Fantasy IX Dragoon can give MP to casters. There's also, like, speaking of Dragoon, just want to say, why is this not called Lancet? Like, is it me that's weird? Isn't that basically what Lancet is supposed to do? Like, something like that? Why is it not called Lancet? It's always called Lancet, isn't it? And also, why is it, like, I mean, why is it still a thing? Well, I mean, in terms of it being a thing, I'll say, if they didn't give Dragoon Life Surge in A Realm Reborn, then I would find it incredibly unlikely they would have ever added it. Like, let me put it like that. I don't think the Dragoon of Stormblood, or Shadowbringers, or Endwalker, or Dawntrail would have been like, oh yeah, what action should we give Dragoon next? Life Surge, that sounds like a good idea. But it kind of works. Like, Life Surge is a weirdly important part of the rotation, and interestingly, just want to highlight here, the change of Drakesbane seems to have been made partly for the positionals thing, but also partly to make Life Surge easier. Because in Endwalker, Heaven's Thrust did substantially more damage than Step 5, Fang and Claw, and Wheeling Thrust, even with the positional right. Which meant that there was like almost like this whole spreadsheet of when should you life search? Because you wanted life search to go on Heaven's Thrust, but hey, if you got enough raid buffs, then it was actually better to use it on Fang and Claw or Wheeling Thrust if you're like... If your choice was buffed Fang and Claw and Wheeling Thrust, or unbuffed Heaven's Thrust, then the choice, like the decision was one thing. And if you couldn't get buffs on them, then the decision was another thing. They've made it so that Drakesbane follows the damage of Heaven's Thrust. So you can use it on either, at any level, once you get Drakesbane. Which makes Life Search easier. But Life Search functions as like, it and Wormwind Thrust are like the two bridges between the GCD and OGCD rotation, I feel. Which is interesting. Not amazing, but it's interesting. Right? Anyway, we're doing Frontline next. So let me start by saying if you'd like to join for Frontline, come on over to me so we can see how many we are, how many groups we should make. So far count 7 including myself. 8. I'm guessing Tristan does not want to do PvP. Sip is also here. In that case, we should probably make three 3-man groups. Phil says Gazel might be able to confirm here, but I think Life Search is called Lancet in Japanese. Do you know, Gazel? It's the level 6 action. We should split into 3 3-man groups. So Aradil and Sip has a group. I think Rust is joining them. Do we have a third group? What does Raifuzaji mean? Does it mean life? Oh, it means life search. Life search. That's really funny. I kinda love it when they do that. Like the Japanese translation is just like, yes, it's also life search. I think we can make a group of Phil, Catdamon, and Juan. Yeah, we're making 3, so I'll be with Gazel and Ilana. Don't just queue. Don't just queue. I'm going to say a time, and then we will all queue at the same time. True says, I feel like it might not be Lancet, because Lancet is an attack, usually. I mean... yeah. But then again... it depends on, like, actually, speaking of, we were talking about Stranger of Paradise earlier. In Stranger of Paradise, Lancet is just a buff that makes all of your physical attacks work like that. Right. I can't do a ready check because Gazel is in combat. Can we have group 2 and 3 do a ready check each? Alright. I will queue when it says 10:10. In the Eorzea time. Wait, what? Alright, on Zal. And... well, we might land in the same match now. That's a really weird super ability. I think I remember hearing that in Final Fantasy XI. That the cooldown on summoning your dragon friend was insanely long. Like, actually ludicrously long. That was just Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, that's true. Everything had insanely long cooldowns. Like that's actually probably also part of the reason why in A Realm Reborn, really things had stupidly long cooldowns. If I remember correctly, in 2.0, like actually when A Realm Reborn released, Swiftcast had like a 5-minute cooldown or something. It's just why? And I think Ethereal Manipulation had like a 3-minute cooldown or something insane like that. Like, you really gotta make it count. We also in the same alliance. Oh yeah. Did we all land in the same one? Nope. Not quite. We're against the SIP team. You don't have to mark me. That makes it awkward. Why am I marked? It's scary. That'll just make people that actually know what they're doing follow me into death. You're on the blue team. Good luck. Oh, now we're finally a full party. Well then. Well, we are split on 2 fronts. I didn't even get credit for that? What? Grr. That's Ardell. Ow. And yeah, exactly, Raki. Imagine, just consider that. Swift cast on a several minute cooldown. Ethereal manipulation on a several minute cooldown. Like, consider Raging Strikes was a 5-minute cooldown, if I remember correctly. Like, these kind of lengths on cooldowns back then almost meant, yeah, you get one. Like, actually, you get one. Like, because fights were shorter. Oh boy. You should have sprinted. Why are you not sprinting? How you died from fall damage after LB? Because fall damage often is treated as different damage. Like, something that isn't blocked by anything. Oh, is gravity the spell, not the strongest thing then? Because if it was, then Astrologian would be a limited job. That was really random. I just ran forward and then I saw someone from the other side also ran forward. Like, I guess we're fighting now. Uh-oh. Very nice positioning, Ilana. The perfect way to eject combat. I think the thing you're thinking of through is combust. I'm pretty sure that one describes the theoretical star. Wow, this looks very chaotic. Yeah, I'm not chasing that. Oh, we're getting ganged up on pretty hard. I guess both teams went focus red. Oh boy, it's a lot of yellow. Oh, blue got the 5-star. I didn't even realize until now. Fish! Fish! Add the illusion that the jump would work by following. That's going to be really hard. We should go for the 5-star instead. Yellow's also there. They're there first, actually, so that's not happening. This is a really close match. No, we did it! Yeah, I didn't do very well. I'm still trying to figure out how to actually add value as a Viper, and the hardest part is that with Viper, that's like one of those jobs where if you don't get a lot of kills or something really early, then you can try whatever you want, but like it's not very scary when you jump someone and you're probably not going to kill them before your burst runs out. And yeah, exactly, Phil. Part of the problem is also that it doesn't really have any crowd control. See, the thing is, that was also what I realized, Phil, and the more the fight dragged on, the better I got about just throwing the limit break, because the thing is, let's see here. The limit break has a 90-second charge time, but every time you use Hunter Snap or Swift Skid's Coil, you cut 3 seconds off that. Every time you, okay, in frontline, how often are you going to do that? But every time you do 1, 2, 3, you get a death rattle, another 3 seconds. And every time you actually use the LB and manage to do all 4 legacies, they cut another 12 seconds off as well. So like, you shouldn't sit on the LB for like, oh, I need it to be just right. Honestly, I would say the instant that, like, you just run up to something, Hunter Snap, Swiftskin's Coil, oh, my buffs are up, smash Limit Break might actually be the better option. Just, oh, you have Limit Break, blap. And the reason why you do Hunter Snap, Swiftskin's Coil is so that you have both buffs before you start blasting. Otherwise it feels even slower. But that was a good match. It was pretty funny that Aradel was like, I did start to recognize Sip out in the field as a Dark Knight, because I kind of recognize his Dark Knight outfit, but Aradel is very, very obvious. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm also extremely obvious out of the field in this. But I was like, oh yeah, it's the Ellison in the red dress. Yeah, well, it was your Gunbreaker glam, but you're still a Dark Knight, right? Right. So, wait. Yeah, I leveled that to 91. What is that? What is that pink dot on the battlefield? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that means that the rest of the dailies we'll be doing over on Innocent Shadow. So I'll hop on over there. We will be at Summerford Farms near Limsa. I sure wonder when they'll open the doors for regular travel again. Yeah, I will also say that there was no point where I was like, oh, that's Aradel, better focus them. It was actually more a case of, oh, there's a summoner there that looks like they're low on HP, I might be able to kill them. That's Aradel. Like the process, like the order of process wasn't kill Aradel, it was kill the low HP summoner. And it didn't always work. Because, like, my weakness with Viper is that I feel very compelled to chase someone. That's the thing, is that I have two problems with my Limit Break on Viper that I'm still trying to learn to use. Is if I use my Limit Break, then I get very tunnel vision on actually killing the guy that I used Limit Break on. And often, like, I'll be like 3 out of 5 steps through the Limit Break, and then I'll look around and be like, oh, I'm surrounded by enemies. Well, this didn't go quite as planned. Well, do we have an escape route? Nope. Well, guess I'll die then. And the other problem is me then, as a countermeasure to that, go, well, then I'll only use Limit Break when it really counts. Where what I really should be doing is, oh, Limit Break is ready, and I'm basically auto-attacking this guy. My escape route is guard and pray. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if there's too many people focusing you, then it doesn't work. Right, I'll wait a moment so people can come over. In the meantime, let me just change the lighting real quick. Alright, I'm back. Fair enough, Cyromux. Let's see. We have 2. Bronson says, I'm back. He was pissed, the person that he had to fire, but no fight this time, which I'm strangely disappointed about. Have you had to fight? Is that a regular occurrence that you have to fight the guys that gets fired? Right, if you'd like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. This time around, I'm aiming to get as many jobs to level 91 as possible. So I can flex a job if need be. Oh. Right. That's the extra awkward part, is that a group 2 will have trouble filling a group over here. Oh, well, that works, I guess. Oh. By the way, if you're leveling a job, remember to eat a boiled egg or something. And yeah, that is also an important thing to remember if you're playing PvP and you happen to end up on a different team than your friends, is don't get mad at them for any reason in that match. Like, if they focus you, it's because it's funny, right? If they don't focus you, then it's just like, that's just because that was what was more convenient. So yeah, don't be mad if you end up on a different team than your friends when you're queuing this way for something like Frontline. Don't get mad at them if they happen to focus you. It might be intentional, it might not be. Punch! Shadow Dragon used Scratch! And he did it again. Is he blind? Is the reason why it's a Shadow Dragon actually because he doesn't see anything? He just sees shadows? I can't see anything. I'm a Shadow Dragon. And yeah, that's also like, that also applies to the case with me, is that there's a chance when like we queue into Frontline like that, where we have multiple, like a lot of people that know me, that it wouldn't surprise me if some people that ended up on a different team are like, well, I'm going to focus Kai in particular. Named Kyle. Kyle the Shadow Dragon. And I'm sure that, like, that's also part of it. Like, there's also the part that, like, if you're, like, in the match, and you're watching the stream, you can see what I'm doing. So if you see me do something really stupid, you're like, well, that means he's a really easy target. You might just use that information, right? Oh, well. It would be a bigger problem if it was, like, ranked. But it's not. It's Frontline. Also that, Gazel, if I do get focused, something really funny probably happens as a result. Phil says, I don't know if you have time to stream snipe in Frontline. Good point. But I mean, for example, if I'm the only person standing at a specific, like, capture point, then you might be able to go, well, I mean, none of his teammates are there, so I could probably just 1v1 him because I have a really big battle high. Or something. Who knows? Or you might also just come on over and mess with me because you realize that I'm alone and you could get away with it. Whether that's like how high that ranks on stream sniping, I don't know, but like that's the thing. Is like that's a possibility. Like I don't go into like frontline on stream going, all right, now we're winning. I'm pretty sure that at least when I did frontline a lot more frequently back in Endwalker, I had started to get almost like a stream reputation for losing. Like, it was probably best if you didn't land on my team. If you were like team 2 or 3 or something. It's probably optimal to not be on my team because I was probably going to lose. Who knows if it was because I was bad or what. But my team had a tendency of losing. Usually in-game stream sniping is bannable. Well, the thing is, I think, Cyromux, is that with Final Fantasy XIV, you'd need the evidence to be in Final Fantasy XIV most of the time for anyone to do anything about it. And, well, the stream itself is not in Final Fantasy XIV, which is already, like, a bad start. Right? Well, next up we're doing normal raids, but I don't know, like I see that we have a big clump over there being group 2. I imagine it would be better if I don't go, right, let's break that up. Should we just continue with this group? Oh, right, the earring. You're in queue, but no proc yet. Yeah, I could imagine. Oh, it's fine, Rust. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the thing is, we have a whole group 2 over there trying to get in. Frontline gives way too much mitigation for 1v1 to work. That's true. How about we get normal raids done, then I can split up into a 4-man, and then it means that there's more people to do, like, I don't know, maybe more 8-man stuff, maybe more 4-man stuff. Ace says my frontline win rate is 25%. Well, my win rate is actually positive. Isn't that strange? I think my win rate is bad on small Kai or something. We'll do normal raids, and then we'll see what we actually do about this. And yes, indeed, Brontom, if frontline... If you were always put in evenly matched encounters in frontline, then you would probably have a perfect 33% on all 3. But there's a lot of things that make that not happen. And because what you usually remember is, did I win or not? What you'll most likely remember is I didn't get first place. And because there are 2 other places than first place, well, on average, you're only winning 1/3 of the time, and the 2/3 of the time you're not winning. I know, galaxy brain logic over here. I know it is really, really heavy thoughts. But that does have an effect of making it feel like you're losing way more. Wait, that one wasn't, like, that one hasn't been updated to the big stack marker thing. Is that like a multi-stack? I don't... It didn't look like a multi-stack. Is this when he starts to mix it up? Isn't this... Doesn't this mean he's donut? Yeah, it does. Good job, Kai. Doesn't this mean donut? Everyone else steps out. Yeah. Yeah. APL. Hope you're doing well. But it is... Oh, that means cross AoE. So if he circles... Like if he does horizontal and then horizontal, it means circle AoE. If he does horizontal and then vertical, it means donut AoE. And if he does vertical, then he will always only do vertical again, which will mean cross AoE. So that means cross AoE. Skip that one. Dot that one. Dot that one. Dot that one. I did it! Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Ancient dragon. It's just some random dragon. Oh man, he almost had us. And Tailend, for some reason, is a tank buster. Okay, for some reason, when I read Tailend, like, my instinctive reaction is... That's probably like a backside half-room cleave? Right? I don't know what the alternative would be, but... That's what I'm thinking when I see Tailend. Donut? It is really evil, you just barely have enough time to actually react to it. Oh dear, run! See also Ultima's tank purge for the opposite problem? Yeah, well... I see what you're saying. Tank Purge should be a tank buster. But because Ultima Weapon is a machine, I think like tank as in like it's fuel tank or something. The tank, I don't know why it would purge it. Like you're going to need that fuel, but like I see it. But initially you'd be like, oh, tank purge? That's a tank buster, right? They're purging the tank. And then everyone takes damage. You're like, Okay then. Right. Well, next up, we would be going to 4-man content. I don't know what we do about group 2, whether we should split up and do 4-man content, but I'll start with this. How many people are you missing, actually? You're missing 2. Oh. Ow. I mean, we could, like, give it a few so that you can get it done. But we could also go over to 4-man content and figure it out later. I don't know. Did it actually pop? Oh, hope you get well soon, Rust. Maybe the fuel has gone bad and it ejects it? I don't know. I don't know how ceruleum works. Like, as far as I've seen, ceruleum is like just blue fire. Gilgamesh. Oh. Huh. Cruiser's Nightmare LB3 interaction where I use it as Viper, boss runs away so quickly and far away it gets interrupted. Pixelmancer steals it while I'm running over. That reminds me of, I think it was one of our Extreme 2 attempts. I believe we wiped on like 3% or something. Where, like, it was super close, but felt really awkward because, like, the LB opportunity, maybe it was like at 5%, but the LB opportunity was while the boss was lining up, like, a multi-stack marker. And I should be LBing, but I was holding it because, like, well, maybe we need a tank LB or a healer LB or something. I think Ham was playing Pictomancer and just went for it, or something like that. We died, like, as the LB landed, so it wasn't like I could have been like, well, we needed that for a tank LB. It was more like, well, in retrospect, we probably needed a tank LB before you clicked it. But that was also a case of Viper didn't use LB, Pictomancer did, though. BSR says, I used an LB3 on the Extreme 2 and the boss teleported over me and cancelled the... How? Like range, I guess? Hey, I mean, we're probably going to wipe anyway, so hey, you at least got to cast LB, right? At least you had an LB. Weird thing when bosses move over you that you lose GZDs and stuff. It is quite weird. I believe what happens is attacks with a cast time and a target require that you're looking at them for it to function. And unless you've done something to to affect which way you're facing, then like your character will like track the enemy as it passes over you. But if the boss like perfectly passes over you, like almost straight through your coordinates, then there would be potentially a frame on the way where you're not tracking them because the boss is on you. And the following frame, you're not looking at them. Or something weird like that. And then the game goes, oh, you weren't looking. Oops. And action cancelled. Oops. And then you go, and then you realize that you have to cast again. And then you cry. Sounds as I feel like they check on the slide cast moment if you can see. Well, they check multiple times. They check multiple times. The weirdest thing is also that if you're close enough, you don't even have to look at them. That does look like the slide casting moment now that you mention it. It's really strange. You're right, Zaf. That is pretty funny. I could have sworn it did it earlier. Is this new? That is weird. That means that, like, if you time a really long cast or something, you could, like, do this, turn for the glare, and then, like, turn back again. As long as you can, like, turn back in time, it works. That's really weird. I've never done that before. By the way, hey, you got in. Hope you're doing well. And look, people are back. Right. I'll start with saying if you'd like to join me for expert roulette, come on over to me. Expert. That means you have to have a... It's gonna be level 100. Are we finding a new astrologian changes so far? I think it's nice. Like, I think it's nice. But it does feel like at times it feels like they made the damage cards consistent and removed one card in, like, or removed some card plays. Like, you only have 2 damage cards in total per 2 minutes. And then they gave you way more defensive cooldowns because of all those extra cards. Where's the Shadow Data Center again? It is in EU. It is like, imagine like a ghost data center. The 7.01 changes. I mean, light speed on a shorter cooldown is amazing. And the shorter cooldown on draw makes it a lot easier to line it up with divination. Right, if it is the spoiler dungeon, I'll say something. This is an optional dungeon. So, like, this is a... I would say there isn't very much story spoiler in this dungeon. My opinion. I forgot tank stance. Oh, I love that finale to the warrior burst. By the way, it looks insane. It's like an actual volcanic explosion. Hey Nox, hope you're doing well. How's my Toro? Is it that bad? Seriously, like genuinely, is it that bad? Yesterday I did this dungeon as Black Mage, and the first boss, or like while I did have to like stop casting for a moment at this one time, I didn't get grabbed by any of the small children once. It's annoying, but is it that bad? The hitboxes feel bad? Well, I think the reason why I'm having an easier time is because of my extremely low latency. So I could imagine that it would be brutal if you have like anything less than stellar connection. And that's fair. I'm just digging like a hole in the ground with my axe. All those vertical slashes. Like, I can absolutely see how it would be problematic on like with latency, as you can see here on stream, how extremely closely I'm dodging them sometimes, and the game just goes, sure, why not, and just lets me win. Like, it just lets me have it. Where, like, if you have latency, like, I've heard some people suggest that these small children running or whatever they are actually lunge at you. I'm pretty sure they don't. But if you lag, then that would be what it looks like. That they would be lunging at you because they just teleport to you when the game goes, oh, you didn't move in time. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Hey, Mia. Hope you're doing well. This is a first? Oh, so, Emir. Did you see that? What's happening there? what? They just all dashed. Well, I think they all ran specifically for Girain. Just in one big clump. What? What was that? There's an actual... Well, I mean, as far as I know, when they run into you, they do the lunge animation. But they lunge at you when you bump into them. Which means that if you don't have latency, like if you're not really lagging, then they run up, bump into you, and then they lunge at you. But if you have lag, then they actually jump at you. Because, like, as far as the server's concerned, you got hit. Oh, wow, that was suddenly more damage than I expected. And yes, we are on Innocent Shadow. And we have the other 4-man content left to do. Yeah, like there when I got caught, there it was like a wall of guys just coming at me. And so much, like, you see, the thing is, because they reworked how Inner Chaos looks, they, like, without the change, it would have been, like, the inner chaos would be an upward slash, and the rest would be downwards, but because they changed it, it's just all the big, and most of the big hits from Warrior are just downward slashes. If you go as far as you can, the puppets won't turn will turn around and won't reach you. Oh, if you go out of bounds, that's a weirdly large amount of out of bounds cheese in Dawntrail, aren't there? How strange. Another thing that people also discovered, which I said, like, that's old news, but the fact that the children dash for a specific person means that if you're clever about where you're standing, you might be able to, like, plan where they go. I get to watch somebody who can do the teacups do this fight? Well, sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Exactly, that's what I mean, Zap. I've done the same. Like, I've been like, alright, it's that one over there. I just have to track it, and then, like, my brain is like, what should I have for dinner tonight? Right, the teacup. Where is it? Yeah! Oh boy. That's harder. Can we kill the boss before that has to be dealt with? Ah, here comes the difficult version of the mechanic. Oh, boss is dead. What a shame. The thing is, it's not that that pattern is a lot harder, it's just that because the other patterns are either there's only one, or symmetric. It's just you only have to keep track of one, and then just keep in mind that on the opposite end is like a copy. And here comes the coming up real soon is the funny dolls. Fruit says, I actually use a strat you mentioned in one of your mentor roulette videos for Don't Make. On the spilling teacups here. That's pretty smart. Yeah, I guess the teacups wouldn't actually, like, pour on the same spot twice. Good point. Oh, whoops. Zaps says, I enjoyed this pull as healer first week, so you didn't enjoy it this week? I think it's more, Zaf. One part might be gear, but another part is also that in the first week, people weren't expecting this. So there's, like, some capacity of only the healers actually doing something about it, because the tank is like, well, it's just 2 mobs, and the DPS are like, well, it's just 2 mobs. And then the healer's like, oh boy, but what mobs? And now we've kind of reached the point where we kind of know the dolls. Like, those dolls are not just any 2 mobs. So I think, like, that's a big part, because it's the same with the other Expert Roulette dungeon, that there is that pack near the end where, like, there's a huge amount of, like, melee damage. But now we kind of know it's coming. So, like, melee DPS are more likely to be like, well, I'll just use Bloodbath for that. But in the first week, it's like, well, I used Bloodbath on the boss, so not really available now. I've started to adapt my songs to this fight. This fight being the teacups, because it's a real pain to keep track of the teacups while managing procs. I could imagine. That's also, like, what I often do with Viper, is that if something is coming up where I have to look somewhere else, I will actually try to make it so that I'm using Reawaken at that time. Simply because then I don't have to look at, oh, what's my next combo thing? I just go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's slightly easier. I can't remember if we wiped once or twice on this boss the first time we did it. I know we wiped once. Don't remember if we wiped a second time. But this whole, like, ghost mode thing really, like, was a surprise. Yeah, the trick with that one, if you're a melee, is make sure you go over to the side where the wall is, so that you can stay in melee range while dealing with the mechanic. Yeah, that's true. Not only is the books, that doesn't surprise me that the books don't hurt you if you're a ghost. But, we're like, if you're resolving the spread markers correctly, then they don't do anything, regardless of whether they're, like, overlapped or not. I think it's just, like, I think I've said this before, but I think it's just like a case of, it's a little bit the same of, you kill a boss, it was going to do a spread mechanic, and just in case it resolves anyway, it probably doesn't, but just in case, it isn't unusual to see people, like, stay spread out until the mechanic dissipates. Just because maybe it'll resolve anyway. And then if you're stacked up, you all look like idiots. Hey, Izakuza. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I like, the thing is, the first boss is something else, but the rest of the dungeon I really don't mind. And I don't think it's that bad, but with latency, I could imagine it's... The first boss is close to impossible, but Gazel's suggestion that apparently you can just stand out, like, in the outer perimeter of the arena, and then you just won't get hit, is hilarious. First of all, it's hilarious. And weird. Right, next up we are doing high-level dungeons. If you'd like to join me for those, come on over to me. I'll try to grab people that I haven't played with most of the evening. There's some people that got stuck in group 2 purgatory, for example. If someone else wants to tank, I can also switch. I'm trying to get a lot of jobs to level 91. It doesn't have to be Gunbreaker next. I just switched to something. Oh, Alcidar's Legacy! Ooh! I think this is the first time that I'm playing Gunbreaker since the, yeah, it is. I have gained 0 XP, so it is the first time I'm playing Gunbreaker. Since Dawntrail. Let's see if I remember how to play it. You'll judge my rotation? Alright then. Smith, there's the Zips clip review. Debbie says, I'm surprised they bothered to remove Plunge from Steam. You know, actually, speaking of which, I don't know how much truth there is to this, but I did hear someone mention that because Steam no longer uses Plunge, if his target keeps running away from him, he might actually lose a substantial amount of damage because he just keeps spamming Shadow Stride instead. I don't know how much there is to this, but I heard someone mention it. Anyone know? Might be something to test on Mythbusters. Well, it's a little hard to test it because the problem is you need a mob that keeps running away. You could test it, you'd need 2 people. You use Living Shadow on a target and then the other person just keep... Well, actually, you don't even need 2 players. You just yourself just run away. It could be worth testing. Most of his attacks are AoE. That is true. Weren't most of his Steam's attacks AoEs in Endwalker as well? But yeah, you're right, Perrin. You could just pull them up away yourself. That is true. Nope, Steam uses Shadow Stride now, Izakaza. He actually does use Shadow Stride. He opens with, I believe he opens with Abyssal Drain and then Shadow Stride or something like that. where he used to start with Abyssal Ray and Plunge. And Shadow Stride from his team does 0 damage, I'm pretty sure. Weirdly, just bonus nerf. I'll let that drift. Not seeing any rough divides. Like, I can do this. Scoot on the floor. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't actually test it, but I heard someone mention it. Because they were like, no, I really hate the plunge change. It was like, well, Shadow Stride looks kind of okay, I guess. And they were like, no, you don't understand. It's a nerf to Steam. Should just be the ninja version where it repeats what you do. Well, I mean, it's not quite the same, is it? And I also will say that a really cool aspect is like if you do the opener that people are like that are being suggested now, if you actually do it exactly, then you will actually use Blood Spiller exactly at the same time that Steam does, which looks really, really satisfying. I didn't want to do that. Yeah, the question is, if Esteem's target starts running away from him, will he repeatedly use Shadow Stride and just not, like, get anything done? Thank you, Aerodel. Yeah, I suppose it's the same idea with Automaton Queen, but the key difference here is that if Automaton Queen starts resorting to Roller Dash does more damage than Arm Punch, so if Automaton Queen just goes, well, I'm out of range again, so I'll use Roller Dash again, that could, like, hypothetically be a DPS increase. And I don't think it works like that, but if it did, Roller Dash does like twice the damage of an Arm Punch. That was a lot of damage. And yeah, that is true. I'm actually a little surprised that they didn't make Requiescat ranged sooner. Not only did they make it ranged, by the way, they also made it AoE. Does feel a little weird to be done with my OGCDs this quickly. I feel like I'm missing something every time, like I forgot something. And it's just because there's no rough divides. We did it! I suppose part of the logic back when they like initially added a requisite back in Stormblood was that, well, it just leads to like spamming Holy Spirit, right? So what does it matter? Like, you're not exactly going anywhere, because back then it didn't like make Holy Spirit instant. So like you just kind of stood there casting Holy Spirit. It is funny to think about, because if I remember correctly, in Shadowbringers, I think it was like they made it so that Requisite made your spells instant at like level 72 or 74 or something like that. And then in Endwalker they were like when they were like reworking it, I believe. I can't remember if they got it initially in Endwalker, but when they were reworking it, certainly they were like, they should just have that. We should just give them that. Which does mean that before before Shadowbringers, it did mean that Paladin had like this huge part of their rotation where they just kind of stood there casting. I think they had to cast Holy Spirit 5 times in a row. You had a feeling that solid barrel was gonna run out. Not sure what I should have done there. Do you remember old Paladin? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Yeah. It's okay if only your toes get hit by the evil mist of damage. It's okay. I hate this. Just go. Thank you. You don't want to breathe in the evil mist with your toe mouths. Oh no! Yeah, I don't really have much to say on the Lionheart combo yet because I haven't had it. And while I may have seen Gunbreakers use it, I haven't processed that that's what they're using. Oh! What a teacup minion! That's weirdly fitting. After we got Hawk Mana hard and we wiped. Did you nuke the final boss too hard? It's similar to the Awakened combo on Viper. But the Awakened combo on Viper looks awesome. I don't... what? What do you mean? Doesn't look great. It looks similar to something that looks kind of great. Philippe says, are Gunbreakers on life support? At max level, I'm pretty sure Gunbreakers are like, if what you're looking for is damage, then Gunbreaker is the tank for you. But the thing is, like, the power difference between the tanks isn't so massive that it actually, like, really, really matters. The Great Equalizer. Yeah, that is true. Gunbreaker got... like, technically they got 4 new attacks, although arguably you could say that the Lionheart combo is more like 1 new attack, in a way. And then there's Fated Brand, which is like more like an addition to something they already had. But compare that to other jobs, and like, Paladin got... like, 1 OGCD? And then, like, their Atonement combo got upgraded, I guess, but they got 1 OGCD, and an upgrade, and an upgrade. Warriors got 2 new a new OGCD and a new GCD that, again, it's not a new button. Punchcat says, Paladin's new attack being an OGSD feels weird to me. I always expected it to be the same button as the Atonement combo. Always expect it to be the same button as the Atonement combo. When I initially saw Blade of Honor, I assumed it was like, you know, an additional GSD to the combo. Like, I actually sat down and, like, spreadsheeted out, well, what does that mean for your filler combo if Blade of Honor is added at the end? So, like, you only need 2 fillers instead of 3. Didn't change that much. Like, it didn't change that much, honestly. But it would have added something? Like a little something? Because, with that, the best filler you could possibly do, if you only had to fill 2 GCDs, the optimal one would be Sepulture and Holy Spirit. And yeah, exactly, Brontom. That was also what I noticed, is that, well, since you need 3 fillers, optimally, you want, like, the 2 ladder parts and Holy Spirit. Matthew says, wait, Primal Wrath doesn't have the option to be its own button? I don't think so. Oh. Weirdly, Warrior has nothing in that regard. It's just take it or leave it. Which is weirdly fitting with the Unga Bunga smash with X job, that it doesn't have that. You mean it says it's an OGCD? Well, I mean... because Primal Wrath is an actual requirement? Yeah, that could be. I don't know. But it is funny that Warrior has nothing like that. Is Team 2? Wait a minute. I think Team 2 has appeared while I was looking at actions. I'm pretty sure Team 2 is on me. Right. Next thing we're doing is leveling roulette. So, if you'd like to join me for that, no, I'm just moving. Come on over to me if you want to join for leveling roulette. Got out before I finished. Oh, I didn't even notice. I was looking for you and didn't see anything. We just switch to something that isn't a role. I'm pretty sure we could have 3 groups. I'm pretty sure we could have 3 groups. I mean, Felk, imagine if I actually got mad about it, right? Like, grr, now you're too many here. Guy, the way what I'm doing is like I have a list where I'm like trying my best to keep track of who I brought so far, so that I don't bring the same people every time. That's why it looks like I'm like being a little pick and choosy. And it's like combined with like, do I remember if I played with you multiple times tonight? Like things like that, because I want to like bring everyone. By the way, I can tank or heal or DPS, but I think we need at least one of those roles filled. Do we have any takers for that among you 3? Do we have a problem? Wait. That's exactly the reason why we aim for level 91, right? Do we get... We have a chance for Dawntrail dungeon. Would you imagine? If you go warrior, you can do both. Well, if I go warrior, then I can't gain experience. Denied.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of life.
Punchcat, are you talking about the Primal Wrath thing? Like the OGCD for warrior? Because if so, then, like, personally, I feel like it starts to come together a lot better when you also get, like, when you have, because you have Primal Rend and then later Primal Ruination. Because what it almost looks like is, like, if you do 3 Fell Cleaves and then Primal Wrath, and there's, like, that explosion from the OGCD, and then you jump out of the explosion. As the Primal Wrath, like that almost, like that looks like cinematic, really. And then you have the Primal Ruination. You said you meant the Paladin one. Okay, that's, yeah, I get that better. As I said, I also thought it was a little strange that that the final blade combo is an OGCD. I guess, like I said the same, that I was so certain that it was going to be a GCD that I had already like spreadsheeted how the rotation was going to look, assuming the blade was a GCD and the only GCD added, like new GCD, and then it wasn't even a GCD. But it is difficult because at the time when I made that estimate, I think what we had to work with was also like just the benchmark video, or possibly the job action trailer. So we didn't have the tooltip. It was just like, well, there's another blade attack. Blade of Honor looks like it's supposed to go around the existing Blade of Valor animation, so I think it's fine. Okay, well, like, as if the animation works, looks good, then that's pretty fine. It's still, like, just mechanically surprising. Like, in the same way that I said, well, whatever you say about the Primal Wrath on Warrior, it looks good, so I'm fine. I'm good, it looks good. It looks Unga Bunga Explosion. More weaves on Paladin, please, and thank you. Ah, yeah. Gunbreaker lost one. Actually, lost two, and Paladin is up one. Like, they gained one. Group 3 got Aerie? What did Group 2 get? But I could imagine with how all the Paladins were like, woe is me, my spreadsheets are broken, when Paladin got reworked, that they might actually have, some of them might have thrown a fit if Blade of Honor was a GCD. I can't imagine they really would, but it wouldn't surprise me if there would be some that like, grr, now everything's weird. Gunbreaker and Paladin now have the same number of weaves, and that's wild. Same spot in the rotation now and all. That is actually strange. I feel like I almost have to try that, but I won't be able to know for certain before I get them both to 100. Well, that is actually pretty shocking that they actually managed it. Like, if they actually managed to somehow nail it, so like it's not the same weaves. Like, it's different buttons you have to press, obviously, but Paladin and Gunbreaker having basically the same profile of like silhouette of GCDs and OGCDs. Saab says Gunbreaker has always felt like a Paladin to me. Well, I think if you came into Final Fantasy XIV, either, like, if the first time you touched Paladin was after the Paladin rework, then yes, Paladin, when it got reworked, absolutely got changed to a point where, like, there's no denying it. Paladin looked like they went, well, Gunbreaker works, right? We could make it a little bit like that, right? And then they did. Like, it's not exactly the same. There are clear differences, but in the same way that Dark Knight feels like Warrior, but with more stuff happening, Gunbreaker, like, or rather Paladin, ended up being turned into Gunbreaker, but slightly less stuff happening. So, like, instead of having, hypothetically, 4 distinctly different tanks, you have 2 types of tanks. Because they started to get too similar. Like, it's the same as, like, people might not realize how similar Dark Knight and Warrior are if you got into Final Fantasy XIV and Shadowbringers. Because the reason why Dark Knight feels so similar to Warrior is both because of things like Delirium feeling like discount in a release. But the reason why that is because Delirium wasn't always like that. And Dark Knight didn't always work like that. I just realized I didn't even put up my AoE dot and like since the first boss. Oh yeah, also Red Mage and Reaper starting to feel kind of similar. That's actually true. That's true. That is true. We also have... do we have other ones like that? How many pair-wise matches do we have? Machinist and Bard feel similar until level 40-ish. Well, I will say, if we're starting to compare low level, it starts to get unfair, because all tanks are almost identical until level 30. Minimum. Scholar and Sage, yeah. I don't know if all tanks are similar at level 50, but at level 30, all tanks have a 1-2-3 combo, 1 AoE attack, a ranged attack, and then they might have something extra. Like Warrior has Berserk, Paladin has Fight or Flight, Dark Knight gets Dark, like they get Flood of Darkness, and Gunbreaker actually has both Danger Zone and No Mercy. And Camouflage. Like, Gunbreaker is the one that goes, I have everything everyone else has, and also this. Which is part of the reason why, like, if you're like a sweaty tryhard, and you're doing leveling roulette, and you want to do it fast, if you know that you're getting something like Sastasha, because, like, I don't know, like, there's a level 18 in your group, then... then... you might as well play Gunbreaker. Hava says, I was really happy when I started Dark Knight and saw it was 30. I was like, oh, they skipped the boring part. You know, that is actually also a pretty good example that I sometimes bring up when I talk about the fact that when I got into Final Fantasy XIV, the free trial lasted up to level 35. Just consider picking up Final Fantasy XIV on the free trial and basically being told, well, you need to know whether you want to invest in this game at level 35. Like, you're there at, like, well, I mean, if you're a warrior, you just got Inner Beast. If you're a paladin, you just got Sheltron. You're like, it used to have a 24-hour limit. Yeah. I'm just saying that the free, like, wherever the free trial cuts off, I'm just saying that level 35 is so early that most jobs don't really, like, they don't really do anything yet, right? Like, they don't actually do anything. Fru says, I think Scholar and Sage solidify their differences at level 100. Yeah, in a way. In a way, it kind of highlights where they're different. The way that I've usually seen it is that Sage is the one that just, like, throws a lot of things at a problem. Where Sage is the one that throws a big thing at the problem. And I think a thing that really highlights that really well is like recitation and deployment tactics on Scholar versus something like Heimer or Panheimer on Sage.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
Did I say Sage twice? Sorry. Recitation and deployment tactics on Scholar versus Heimer or Panheimer on Sage.
The stage is set.
Black Mage is unique at level 35. Yeah. Incidentally, Black Mage actually nowadays works at level 35. Back when the free trial lasted until level 35, Butterfly Spirit, back when the free trial stopped at level 35, Black Mage learned Blizzard 3 and unlocked the 3rd stage of Astral Fire and Umbral Ice at level 40. I don't think they actually fixed that until Endwalker. Like, you had, like, 5 levels where you had Fire 3, but honestly, no reason to use it. Are you coming? The greed is strong with these two. Wow. Ultra greed successful. They still don't get Fire Start until level 42, Fel. That never changed. But it was really funny that for such a long time, you had, like, you were basically, as Black Mage, you were given a spell and told, like, you were basically handed a present and told, don't open this yet, in the form of Fire 3, because you couldn't do anything with it until you got, like, Astral Fire 3. There wasn't really any reason to. It took too long to cast from Umbral Ice and was too costly from Astral Fire, and it didn't do enough damage to warrant using it anywhere else. So it just kind of sucked. And that's true. The thing is, when they increased the free trial to level 60, it resolved a huge amount of problems with, you know, selling the game on, like, selling the free trial to someone in a way. Because I feel like for a lot of jobs, they don't really finish up, like, their basics until level 50, and they don't really get around to, like, actually doing something unique until level 60. Like, some jobs don't get a gauge until level 6, until, like, past 50. White Mage, Dragoon, there's some that come to mind. They don't have a gauge. Monk is almost complete at 60? True. Back in the day, Monk was basically finished at level 50. The only reason why Monk isn't finished until level 60 now is because Masterful Blitz is learned at level 60. And before that, Perfect Balance just doesn't really work. Like, honestly, it doesn't really work. Like, that's just my opinion, of course, but the way Perfect Balance works before you get Masterful Blitz is it lets you use any form GZD you want to use 3 times. And then it just kind of dumps you out on the street with no form. So you're just like, well, I didn't really get anything out of that. And yeah, definitely. It's mostly complete. There's more additions. I think we talked about this on a previous stream, somewhat recently. Like, what job feels the most finished at a certain, like at level 50, I think it was we said. Where like you can look at a lot of jobs and go, well, this kind of feels whack on this job at level 50, and this thing doesn't really work, and this feels weird. And some jobs just kind of work. Like, kind of. I think what we came to was that now that Armor Crush is like its own new mechanic on Ninja, instead of it being like it prolongs Futon, Ninja kind of works at level 50. Like, it could, like, you could add a lot of things to that, but at level 50, Ninja has a burst. Like, it has a functional burst, and it has a rotation that works. And there isn't anything in the toolkit where you're like, there's no reason to use this. Nothing in the toolkit we're looking at it like, well, if only I had this thing. Red Mage and Samurai are actually also good examples of jobs that kind of work at level 50, and that's probably unfair, because you could also argue that, well, maybe not quite with Vibrant Reaper, because like they get their big burst button like 10 levels late. But the fact that Samurai and Red Mage start at level 50, so obviously they're given a toolkit like, here you go, this is supposed to work, means that obviously Red Mage and Samurai work at level 50. If I had said level 60, there's a bigger chance you'd go like, well, Dancer has the things they need. If I said level 70, there's a reasonable chance you'd be like, well, I mean, Reaper works at that level. And if I'd said level 80, you'd have been like, well, Viper has that glaive thing going on there. But I do also think that both Reaper and Viper has this thing where they're designed to be like, well, we gave you most of the job. It's missing this one little thing that you get 10 levels later. Answer without technical step and devilment feels empty? Yeah. Also true, which is also why probably you wouldn't say Dancer until level 70. What do we have left? Oh right, main scenario. Does anyone want to join me for MSQ roulette? If you do, come on over to me. I'm over here. Like, there's just a pile of people like, where is he? That player's in another party. Like this, I think. You know, it annoys me so much that I can't bring everyone. Is this how we want to do it? And yes, I do plan to go White Mage. Three Lalas in a trench coat. Dun, 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 dun. What do we get? Any bets? Porto de Comana. Come on. Nope. Oh, the long one. Hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. Zarb says, as someone who does a lot of low-level endgame content, I wish they'd make the low-level jobs more interesting. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I feel like if you're like used to MMOs, like then the slow pace that you learn stuff in Final Fantasy XIV can feel very annoying in a way. And if you're a gamer, then you might also find it a little slow and boring. But if you're new to games, or like you're not that good at like fast-paced games, then the pace at which you learn stuff in Final Fantasy XIV might actually be just fine. Well, what I can say on that, Phil, is that the way that Guild Wars does it is it just sinks you down, which means that if, like, but, like, the thing is, you might say, well, that sounds great, except you learn most of your buttons extremely early in Guild Wars 2. And that, I think, has a huge impact on it not being nearly as big of a deal that you get to keep everything as you get synced down. And in contrast, in Final Fantasy XIV, if you got to keep all your stuff when you got synced down to like Sastasha, then you run up to that first bat, like you run up to it, and before you even manage to say anything, the Pictomancer in the back just completely annihilated it. Like you just wind up to do something, and immediately the bat just disappears in like an explosion of paint. And yeah, the bats die really fast. What I'm saying, Phil, is that if you got to bring everything to Sastasha, it would die somehow even faster. Like, the content that people complain is too easy and boring would somehow become even easier and more boring. And Shiro, I'm doing very well. I hope you are as well. Shiro says, if you ever panicked about something like, I don't know where Tenri goes in my rotation, that's the level 100 action for Ninja, it's already so busy, it's like that for super new players, even though they don't have many buttons. And that's very true. Some players reach past level 50, past 60, past 70, past 80, and even past 90, never noticing that it is an option. To weave abilities between weapon skills and spells. So yeah. And also true, Ham. Just imagine the white mage running into any boss and then just one-shotting them with a Afflatus Misery or something like that. And that's also a good example, Bronto. Blue Mage gets to bring all of its spells into any content. Let me tell you, doing Sastasha... do you have any reason to do Sastasha as a Blue Mage? I don't think you do. Doing Tamtara for, like, Mind Blast, I think, as a Blue Mage, when you just have, like, you know, like, a few open-world actions, like a few little things. If you go in there solo, it's a lot harder than... Oh yeah, Blood Drain, I guess. Although Blood Drain you can just get from a level 8 bat in, like, outside Limsa. But the point is, if a blue mage with like a basic toolkit they've just scrounged together tries to solo a dungeon, it's going to be a lot harder than like if you go in with all the buttons. You just run in, and why would you use Ram's voice on the first? Why would you AoE pull? You run up to the first pack, look in their general direction, and they die. Like just. Fru says, I say Bard because I see. You're right, and unless you play Bard, that's so. How do you learn that? I say Bard because you get an OGCD meant to be spammed very early on, and if you look at it and go, well, surely this has a use, means you realize, oh, this goes between GCDs. You know, here's a funny story, Fru. A friend of mine reached level 90 with Machinist, completed all of the MSQ. They also played Machinist and Shadowbringers, by the way. They learned at level 90 that Gal's Round and Ricochet can be weaved between GCDs. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, how on earth did they not realize? And the answer is, they looked at it and thought, well, that's weaker than Split Shot, so why would I use that? They basically didn't take the step of going, well, surely this has a use. Which is actually the reason why I think I said this in my mistakes mages make video. I think that was the one. I said something to the effect of, assume that your buttons actually make sense. Like, if you assume that your buttons actually make sense, then you'll find a use for them. And that's what you said. If you play Bard and you assume your toolkit makes sense, then you look at Bloodletter and go, there isn't, like, there has to be a use for this. And yeah, exactly, Fru. But see, the thing is, I think part of the reason why a lot of players get into something like Final Fantasy XIV and don't assume that things make sense is because in other Final Fantasy games, yes, other Final Fantasy games, like not just other games in the Final Fantasy franchise, sometimes there are things that don't serve a purpose. Like, they are just bad. Assume that repose has a purpose. I mean, you can use it to interrupt mobs casting something. Like, sometimes the reason something doesn't serve a purpose in different Final Fantasy games or even Square Enix games is sometimes because of a bug. Sometimes it's also just they don't make sense or they are not good enough to serve a purpose. Like, for example, what we were talking about earlier, that Holy is like the good white magic attack in old Final Fantasy games. But part of the problem there is you had a limited amount of slots, so why would you give the character that has all the good defensive options, why would you waste a precious slot on a garbage attack spell, right? It, like, any attack spell on that character had to be amazing for you to even consider it. Assume that Scathe has a purpose. Did I perhaps mention Scathe as a bad example of that in that video? Oh yeah, that's true. The turtle in the level 99 dungeon can be sleeped, but it is immune to stun for some reason. Nab also mentions free cure. Yep. But exactly. See, the thing is, sometimes assuming that the things you're given have to serve a purpose and make sense. Sometimes it leads you down the wrong path, but I suppose when you look at free cure, you look at it and go, well, this is useful if I'm low on MP. You're usually never low on MP, but hypothetically, if you were, then yeah, free cure would actually serve a purpose. Garen says, I believe you did mention Scathe as a case where that doesn't apply. I think multiple times throughout that video I actually go like, not you, Scathe. Whee! Mage! Mage squad! Delta Skates, 50% chance to have 200 potency is technically better than Fire's 180 potency, so if you get really lucky, it's 20%. It's 20%. Shiro says, does old White Mage weakness count as a debuff spell or an attack spell? Chance to set all enemy health to 1? I'm pretty sure that kind of spell goes in the useless column, because in RPGs, like I don't know if it worked in this context, in this game where they had access to weakness, but you find a spell that is like, oh, this can one-shot bosses, that's amazing, then you pick it up, you use it on the boss, and it goes immune. Or it just says miss, 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 miss. And you use it hundreds of times, and it never lands. And then you Google it, and you're like, oh, it has 0 hit chance on bosses. And you're in the position of, I wasted a spell slot on my White Mage for an action that doesn't work in the only fights where I need everything to work. Like, if Blue Mage had to if when you were doing a dungeon as Blue Mage, you couldn't change your loadout once the dungeon was underway, then there would be a reasonable chance that some Blue Mages would go, no, I'm not choosing Ultra Vibration, it doesn't work on any of the bosses in this dungeon. We'll just have to work a little harder on the trash packs. Not necessarily in Final Fantasy XIV, because it's not like the bosses in dungeons are particularly big splash compared to the trash packs, but you get my point that you would rather choose a spell that works on everything in a dungeon over something that only works on the trash. Fru says, lots of random encounters in RPGs are a meaningful drain on resources and stuff that doesn't work on bosses can still be useful for them. That's true, but I imagine that weakness wasn't a cheap spell. Like, it probably cost a lot, or it used a valuable spell slot, depending on like what game it was from. And you probably don't want to be using your White Mage's spell slots or MP to like make your way to the boss fight if you could use almost anything else. Helper says, Holy feels lamer as time goes by because more things become immune to stun. I feel like most AoE packs, they've made sure that the mobs are not immune to stun, probably for that reason. Like the turtle we were just talking about is a single mob that is offered as something you can pull alongside 2 mobs. It's a miracle that Holy has a reason to be used at all, because it's just barely better on 3 targets, right? Can you put the turtle to sleep? Yeah, apparently you can, Baron. You can't stun it, but you can sleep it. For some reason. I haven't tested it, but I've heard multiple people tell me, so I kind of assume that it's true. It's unlikely that it isn't true, at least. It can build resistance as normal. Gets immune. Well, it gets immune after 3 sleeps because that's how diminishing returns work. That's how, like, if you actually fought the turtle for a full minute, or over a full minute, if you sleep it at the start of the minute, and then don't sleep it for a full minute after that, you could sleep it again. Because that's how diminishing returns work. I also will say, in regards to like crowd control not being particularly helpful in a game like Final Fantasy XIV, because bosses are immune, anything that actually matters for are almost always immune. I feel like Guild Wars 2 did that one better, at least. Like, the way they do it is using crowd control on a boss wears them down. Like, they have like a resistance, you could say, and if you break that, they will get crowd controlled and take extra damage and stuff, and sometimes it's a core part of a fight. So that means that bringing crowd control is actually good. Yeah, like a posture bar in a way. And that is quite. I don't know how much things have changed, but I do remember that necromancers had like a cooldown they could use that. It basically was like a Morbol using bad breath on you on single target, but instantly it just like you have every single debuff under the sun, like in existence. But most of the debuffs in existence are crowd control, which means you click that button and then you just see the boss's posture bar, whatever it's called, just go boom. But if bosses were just flat out immune to crowd control, then such a cooldown would feel completely pointless.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
How did we actually get to this? Right. Actions making sense. And, I do actually think, speaking of which, the fact that the game is so fundamentally built around like weaving OGCDs between GCDs and things like that, I'm actually shocked that they don't ever explain it. Like, they don't ever really explain it. Like, I don't think they ever explain that, oh yeah, abilities, you can use those between weapon skills and spells. And they absolutely don't explain, like, the animation locking thing. I guess it's really difficult to explain that in a way that doesn't sound like a university lecture.
To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing.
It feels more technical game mechanics than what Final Fantasy XIV tutorials typically go into. Yeah. The thing that I found the most weird is that I don't think, like, the first quest as Viper is a tutorial. Kind of. Like, a very basic tutorial, but I don't think they ever explained that, oh yeah, Serpent's Tail, you're supposed to use that before, like, the next weapon skill comes around. They're just like, well, I mean, when you've used this action, you can use Death Rattle. Shiro says perhaps they'll write it off as the community will educate each other, like the AR Relic Light Gathering step. Oh, did they actually aim for that with that? Interesting. But yeah, that is probably a good point. It's something that got brought up like a long time ago. I made a video that in broad strokes said the tutorials in Final Fantasy XIV suck. Because most of them are either a demonstration that doesn't actually test whether you got it, or it's text. A lot of text. And that text often appears when you don't have time or interest in reading it. A particularly funny one that I figured out in that one was the tutorial on AoE enmity for Warrior and Paladin for that matter. The AoE enmity tutorial says to build, like, to grab attention, I believe, with Overpower, and then use your 1-2-3 combo, which is arguably wrong, depending on how many mobs there are. And while they do tell you to use your tank stance and use your 1-2-3 combo, you can hold aggro on all of the mobs there without the tank stance and with only heavy swing. Which means that the tutorial says what to do in broad strokes, like very vaguely they say what to do, but you can succeed the tutorial without getting it. That's a failure, I would say. Hava says, meanwhile, I discovered slide casting as a level 7 thaumaturge and went, this MMO has movement tech, I will never leave. That is interesting that you found out that quickly. I have seen a lot of people, genuinely a lot of people, like, looking at Final Fantasy XIV from other games and said, nah, that's just lag. Like, you're lagging. And the reason why I know that is because I made, like, a slide casting tutorial, like a short. And many people that were from World of Warcraft were like, well, actually, I played World of Warcraft, and that there looks like you're lagging. That's not a mechanic. That's just lag. I'm sitting there like, yeah, maybe it's not. It is lag in your game. I know that because I played your game too. So I'm shocked, a little bit surprised that you saw something like slide casting, you discovered it that early and went, oh, this looks like a mechanic. Not saying that you couldn't, I'm just saying that I'm surprised that you didn't go, that looks like jank. Exactly, Phil, that's the thing, is that those people going, oh, you're just lagging. I'm like, yeah, but I had no lag anywhere else. And yes, exactly, Derpy. That actually happens a lot. That you can usually tell that World of Warcraft is in a bad spot. Because what happens is that you start seeing more people that have not played Final Fantasy XIV commenting on things in Final Fantasy XIV, acting like they know what they're talking about. Because they've played the game that is vaguely similar. Hi, Gyarados. And see, that's the thing, Darth, is that I basically, in that short, I'm pretty sure I explain how slide casting works. And then someone looks at the short and goes, nope, that's not how it works. You're trying to find a scientific explanation for why the game looks weird when what's actually happening is you're lagging. Perrin says, I think I know a bit about Final Fantasy XIV. Just came back from Dark Ages of Camelot. How different could it be? And also that, Giraheen, because that's actually the funny thing, is that I have had discussions like that, where they go, no, that's not how the game works, it works like so, and then I point out something the way it, something that works different from the perspective of Final Fantasy XIV into World of Warcraft, and then they go, no, it's not the same. So it's, how is it the same when you say it, but not when I say it? Weird. And yes, that is true. If you put an emote anywhere on your bar, it will light up the moment that slide casting is possible. The exact frame, it'll be like, well, you could use an emote. I think we finished all of the roulettes, Derpy. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. By the way, these two were lucky. But I still got 4 stickers without even trying. Ilana says if those WoW players had played Vanilla or Classic, they would have known what you were talking about. And you know, that's the thing, Ilana. Because in those kind of conversations, those people that have played a different game look at a game and say, that looks vaguely similar to the game that I know. And then assume that they know everything about it. They will also say that anything you think World of Warcraft ever wasn't true. And they know how World of Warcraft works. You don't. You're some guy that played Final Fantasy XIV. Not World of Warcraft. Even though I'm pretty sure it still says in my channel description that I've played World of Warcraft like 10 plus years. Ymir says trial. We did all of them. The way we've been doing it when we are here on Shadow is that we do all of the content that requires a lot of players over on Chaos. Then we come over on Shadow, do the 8-man content, and then we scale down to 4-man content. Just in case that by the time we get to the last roulettes, we're down too many players. Look at this. I'm assuming some people left because they know we're done. But I can't remember if it was last time or the time before that. When we got to the 8-man stuff, we were 7. So we couldn't actually, we had to wait for someone to have time or sit in queue. However, that doesn't mean that you have to be stopped from doing any more roulettes. I think there might be other people that didn't manage to get trials done. Cat says, it's true, I don't know how WoW works anymore. That's also, by the way, that's the reason why whenever I go, WoW works like this, I usually go, last time I played WoW extensively was in Legion, and in Legion it worked like this. I played in Battle for Azeroth, but not for very long, and I basically only played Warrior, so I don't exactly know how it worked in Battle for Azeroth, and I also know that some things that they specifically introduced in Battle for Azeroth, they abandoned. So the things that I know from expansions after Battle for Azeroth, I know because I read it somewhere, or someone told me. Which, it's important to keep that in mind, that the game changes. What? Shocker. True says, I have a weird problem where I've mastered slide casting, but I haven't mastered it in a useful way. I'll slide cast perfectly, and then stop dead in my tracks in the windows where I'm not casting at all. Oh. Oh, you mean like this? Nailed it! Wait a minute. Like that? Like, you'll slide. Well, actually, it would probably be more like this. Yes! Perfect! Right, so back to casting then. That's also a thing that I've done, is that any video where you've seen me, like, on a striking dummy or something, perfectly slide casting, like, back to back to back to back, or even in a boss encounter, you see, like, where I've, like, shown, like, a demonstration, like, oh, you could slide cast, and everything just looks perfect. The thing is, on the striking dummy, I specifically am 1,000,000% focused on slide casting. If like suddenly a fireball came in from the side, it would hit me. Because I'm not focused on dodging anything. I'm focused on slide casting. In the actual example footage, there's a reasonable chance that I went into the dungeon or the trial or the raid or whatever it is going, all right, I need a 15-second window somewhere where I'm slide casting. And I will have decided where that window is at some point and figured out, oh, this is a safe spot to slide cast. So I'll slide cast repeatedly here. It serves no purpose because I'm slide casting in a safe situation where I can focus on that. And that makes it look extremely easy. Because it's like, well, I'm basically doing this specifically to slide cast. I like to the point where if it's the striking dummy example, if I fail slide casting, I'll be like, right, cut, stop the cameras, stop, throw out the recording and try again. And yeah, exactly, Darth. In a real fight, you will probably not slide cast nearly as much. I would say in some part, I think a big part of my decision making when choosing to slide cast something is, can I make it over there? And usually I'll only do that if I know I can absolutely make it over there. Like, I will make it over there with time to spare. If I don't think I can make it, then I will go, but is it a problem if I get hit? And if the answer to that is yes, then I will not slide cast. What do you mean the game changes? Is that why I can't find stone skin on my white mage? Da 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 da. Cat says, same in regards to World of Warcraft. Once I had to upgrade my necklace to unlock the same perk I had on my previous shoulder pads, I just stopped. See, the thing is, for me, in Legion, I enjoyed the game very much. At some point, I quit. That was like really close to Battle for Azeroth. But with Battle for Azeroth, the way that I got into it is I have a friend, but that friend was playing Battle for Azeroth, like, a little bit, like, every so often. He was like, oh yeah, it's really good, you should come back. And I'm like, okay, I'll give it a month. Tried it for a month. I was like, nah, this kind of sucks. And the thing is, because I was playing more, he was playing more. Like, because I was playing, he was playing more. So when I was like, nah, it kind of sucks, he was like, yeah, it does kind of suck. Like, he still continued playing, but, like, when I stopped, he, like, lowered his, like, playing amount again. And, like, some people enjoyed it, and that's perfectly fine. But, like, that was my experience with Battle for Azeroth. Like, I played it for a month, and I was like, nah. And exactly, Perrin, like, that's the key with, like, greeding on something, is it a problem if I get hit? No. In that case, I'll see if I can get away with the greed. Which is also the reason why in content where a mechanic is lethal if you get hit, I'm way more likely to just go, well, in that case, I'm just going to move now. Like, I'll eat that 1 GCD of damage, I'll just move. Darth I quit before Wrath, came back for BFA with a friend, then went to Classic and quit mid-TBC, then did the first 20% of Wrath. I'm done with WoW, I tried Dragonflight, I hated it. The thing is, my experience with World of Warcraft in recent years is that, or rather my experience was, in Wrath, that was fine. In Cataclysm, just because in relation to Dragonflight, in Cataclysm, they, like, reduced the amount of talent choices you had to try and make them more impactful. That kind of worked, but the problem is people were still just copy-pasting each other's builds. Mr. Pandaria, they got rid of the talent trees and went, you get 1 choice of 3 things every 15 levels. That'll have to do. And then each choice is meaningful. It was slightly meaningful, but everyone just followed the builds. They kept that and, like, added other systems on the side. But they kept that, and the part of the logic in not having a talent tree was that it didn't matter, because you, like, why give you this many points to fill out? You'll just copy the best build anyway, so why does it matter? And that actually relates to Final Fantasy XIV in a way. You'll choose the best build, like, most of you would choose the best build, like, just copy it from, like, if Final Fantasy XIV had talent trees suddenly, most players would probably just Google what the best build is. And then discover that the balance has it. And you just copy that and never look at it again. Just done. Perfect. So why make talent trees? Then in Dragonflight, they decided to add back talent trees. And to really hammer home the point that they were trying to make in the past, they added a copy-paste feature to it. They basically went, well, we know that you want talent trees. You're not going to do anything with them, but you want them. And you want to be able to copy-paste. So here you go. Here's the copy-paste button. Hey, Coco. Thank you for celebrating 16 months of being part of Cult of the Pink with me. Thank you so much. And it's an interesting introduction message. But yeah. I looked at them reintroducing the talent trees and went, but you said for the better part of a decade that talent trees were pointless because players were just going to copy them from each other. So why are you adding them back in? Like, why? And and while we are on the subject of classic WoW, I think part of the reason why a lot of people got alienated from it is that a lot of people that went, I want to play classic WoW, got into, like, they were like, I miss the old days, like, of vanilla WoW. But the thing is, vanilla WoW wasn't the game that made it, like, the thing that people looked back on fondly. It was the combination of the game and how people played it. Which means that with the optimization style that people play games with nowadays, it was not the same. It was, like, the thing is, even with 20 years of private server optimization, Darth, people would have figured that out record speed the moment that all eyes turned to classic. Like, it was 20 years of some people optimizing on private servers. This would then go into hyperdrive the instant that everyone's looking at it, and that's basically what happened. It's basically what happened. People figured out how to most optimally run everything, and then they discovered that the best solution to distributing loot was gold, apparently. And then things start to spiral. Zav says, imagine if you got Final Fantasy XIV 2.0. Again. Yeah, exactly. See, the thing is, I think what would happen there is Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn came at a point where, like, World of Warcraft had already reached the point where they, like, started, like, where, like, World of Warcraft were already the point where, like, the optimization was starting to be a real thing when A Realm Reborn came out, but A Realm Reborn had, like, a separate player base that had to go through this, like, exploration period. But even A Realm Reborn, some healers were attacking, right? Even in Heavensward, some people were attacking. Some healers were attacking. In Stormblood, a lot of healers were attacking. And I can say for certain, like, I don't know for certain in Stormblood because I was a new sprout myself in Stormblood, but I can say for certain that by Shadowbringers, you were the weird one if you were a healer that refused to attack. Phil says, does Enochian stack multiplicatively with Astral Fire? Yes, it does. Basically, all damage bonuses stack multiplicatively unless stated otherwise. And Fru says, healers going from no damage in WoW at the very start to use your auto attacks, it's free, in WoW Classic is a great example of what Classic is like. Exactly, actually, that is an excellent example. In vanilla World of Warcraft, it was pretty okay for healers to just heal. Just stand in the back and heal. No point doing anything else. It's so important that healing is done, so just do that. Like, healing was viewed as so difficult that don't distract the healers with nonsense like doing, like, minuscule amounts of damage. Then Classic comes out, and, well, I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to attack, so you might as well, even though it's slightly more complicated to also, like, initiate your auto attacks, because that means you have to, like, target an enemy instead of just park your target on the tank, or whatever you want to do. And Cat says, in Heavensward we yelled at healers that didn't DPS. There you go. And the reason why I say I know some would attack is specifically because of that. And I don't know if everyone would, exactly because because I wasn't there. Dart says, whether or not healers are expected to DPS is more a factor of how spiky damage is. In every period I've played WoW, damage on tanks have been very spiky. It feels like if you DPS, your tank will die. That may be the case, Darth, but I can assure you that every period that you've played World of Warcraft, because you listed the times you played World of Warcraft, people discovered that it wasn't so dangerous that you couldn't sneak in a little attack every now and then. And like in Legion, I was like a Mythic Plus nerd, right? Like I did lots of Mythic Plus. I tanked most of the time, but I have healed them. And, well, if you're a druid, you better maintain those dots. Otherwise, you're losing out on so much damage. Like, I'm not saying that, oh, you had to attack all the time. That's the thing with Final Fantasy XIV, because you can heal with your OGCDs. You can't really do that in World of Warcraft. But it doesn't mean that World of Warcraft has always been healers don't attack. In fact, I remember in some parts of Legion that in particularly casual content, a restoration druid, so a healer druid, could out DPS some DPS player, like easily do high amount, like not out DPS someone of equal skill, but could easily do as much or more damage than someone that was slightly worse geared, but actually DPS. Which would suggest that healers were healers had the capacity to do a lot of damage. It's just that it was too dangerous to go full, go whole hog on going cat and things like that. But yeah, that's also the reason why whenever we've talked about, like, how should balance be on healing in Final Fantasy XIV, and I usually say, well, I would like it if healers felt incentivized to use healing spells a little bit more. That's really what it boils down to. Like, my perspective on it is that healer who manages to do a full dungeon or full boss encounter, whatever, without casting a single healing spell, should be like a master, like an absolute like god among healers. And then like it should go down from there that like the novice is mainly casting healing spells, and then like you like somewhere in between is where most players land. But that's impossible to balance it that perfectly. And that's also true, Ilana. As a result of raid groups being a lot bigger in World of Warcraft, it became a little bit more modular in the way that, oh, this fight requires this many healers, this fight requires this many tanks, and things like that. Vinegar Man, dude. Did some good damage in the X1. No, Wheel. It's Valley Amanda. Valley Amanda, you know? It's Valley Amanda. Now the Wheel says, I didn't like Extreme 2, though. I didn't like as much because of how standard that thing resolve it was. I mean, you had a lot of mechanics that were stand there, stand there, stand there. But I feel like the challenge of Extreme 2 was figuring out where that was. But a lot of people have said that Extreme 2 feels easier than Extreme 1. And from what I've seen between the two, Extreme 1 feels like it punishes you harder for making a mistake, but the correct answer to each mechanic is more obvious. Not obvious, but more obvious relative to Extreme 2, where Extreme 2, for a lot of its mechanics, are like, well, the first one's on the house, like, you get the first one for free, like, you can take one, but then it throws a lot more stuff at you. So, like, there's more opportunities to make a mistake. And some of those mechanics get you specifically because it gives you too little time to process what you're supposed to do about it. Like, a particular one, I'm not getting detail, but there are mechanics in Extreme 2 where if you coordinated and went, okay, each one of us will stand on one spot and just look if our spot is good. And when we know our spot is good, we jump to show my spot is good. That mechanic would be trivialized. But what usually happens is it's just like every man for himself. And usually it kind of works because someone will still go, my spot is good. Or you'll get hit. But one is fine. And that's kind of like the thing of that fight, is one is fine. Surprisingly often. And when I say surprisingly often is, it's very easy for me to say one is fine when I've died at least once, but certainly probably more than once, because someone, either me or someone else, thought, well, one is fine, got hit, And then the healers actually ran out of band-aids, right? They ran out of band-aids for the random singular boo-boos all the damage dealers get, because they go, well, one is fine and my melee uptime, you know? Or my casting can't be interrupted, my damage, you know? All that stuff. And eventually the healers go, well, I don't have any more, and, well, the big raid wide is coming, and it does like 90% of your HP, closer to 99 if you have a Vuln stack, so you need a shield and a band-aid for your boo-boo, so... and I've only done the extremes as DPS, so not just as only DPS, exclusively as Viper. So, like, I've just been going through the extremes, providing nearly nothing defensively, and going, it's fine, you can take one. So sometimes you die, when it turns out that you couldn't take one. The healers ran out of band-aids. If on game, bully your healers by greeting during Feathers and Lightning phase. Once, I greeted on that. Once I greeted on that. Like, I stood slightly closer. Like, I could have stood further away from the proximity AoE. But I didn't. And I just died. Like, I just... full HP to 0, just blep, dead. Like, alright then. We respect the feathers, I guess. Like... as Viper... the best you can do, like, your best defensive option in that regard is, unlike the other melees, like, for something like a proximity AoE, Viper can stand for a little, like, they can stay away for a little longer. Like, a little longer. If they plan for it. That's their real defensive cooldown. But they don't bring anything else aside from damage. I guess something that Viper can bring is when you have, like, the rotation down. I would say it's reasonably easy. Yeah, Uncoiled Fury, if you bring 3 rattling coils, then you can step away from the enemy, like, as your GCD is spinning, assuming that you don't have to stand because you did something like Swiftskin's coil, and you have to double weave your things. You can probably, like, start moving for, like, a second. Then you do Uncoiled Fury, and it, like, with speed, it'll be, like, 3 seconds, like, with the speed buff. You can do that 3 times. So, like, that adds up to about 10 seconds. If it happens to align with when Serpent's Ire comes up, you can add an additional one. And now you have 13 seconds of just throwing stuff. And it's not a DPS loss. In fact, you would prefer if the boss dies where you have no Uncoiled Furies left, or Rattling Coils left, and as close to 0, like, gauge as possible. The Viper defensive cooldown run away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could, like, Viper being able to stand far away for 10 seconds is insane compared to what the other melees have. Like, what's second in line after that? Like, I guess if a Reaper's really, really genius with their planning, I guess they could do, like, you know, Communio into Perfectio into Harvest Moon, and that gives them like 7 or 8 seconds. Maybe even... well, no, that doesn't work. And Ninja might, like, if they plan it really well, they might, like, they could have their Tenchi Jin and Phantom Kamaitachi and multiple jutsus just in succession. They might be able to, like, actually outlast a Viper. Random blades go. For some reason, like, I was looking at the YouTube chat because that one's usually more up to date than the chat on the screen you can see, and for some reason my YouTube chat had frozen. Yeah, 6-sided star for Monk. I think Monk has a ranged attack now. They have one. They have one. Exactly one. Like, to get a ranged attack, Monks had to learn how to cast Fireball. Wind also, that one is like the same range as Enlightenment. Like, it's like a half-ranged attack. It could work. It's not ranged in the sense that we normally think about ranged, but it is longer range. Oh yeah, I saw that happen too, Darth. That was probably when it froze. For me, it just showed a black screen, which was why I completely stopped. I was like, Saving Fire's reply for uptime strats? But yeah, that's really the thing. The reason, like, all of the other examples that I'm giving here is like, well, Monk has a ranged attack, but you have to use it at a very specific time. Reaper could do like a sequence of ranged attacks, but that's in their 2-minute burst. Like, that is really specific. And Ninja, well, at best it would be in their 2-minute burst, but they could do a little bit of it in a 1-minute burst. But if they start spamming Raitons outside of their burst, that means that they'll go into their burst and be like, well, I only have enough for Suiton, and that's it. Whereas Vipers are like, well, I didn't need it. Like, I could have my Uncoiled Furies in a raid cooldown or something. Like, I could have that, I guess, but I would rather have 2 Reawakens, or most of 2 Reawakens in my burst. So, I mean, I'll just save the Rattling Coils for when I need them, or don't need them when I discover that I don't need them. Insanely convenient. Philippe says maybe scouting jobs will have the ability to stay away from the enemy for extended periods of time. Who knows? Well, that would match, because I did hear people specifically say that that property that Viper now is like the king of among melee DPS used to be a ninja thing. Like, it used to be the thing that ninjas did. Specifically. Because no other melee DPS really could. And that matches indeed. And I do think it's funny, because one thing that I kinda said would be funny as a job was that, like, back when we didn't even know what jobs were coming, for Dawntrail, I remember both saying that back then we were like, the jobs that are coming, it's definitely going to be a mage. I don't know why we knew that, but we knew that, like, confidently. And it's going to be 2 DPS, and the other DPS might be a ranged. And I said, I hope the ranged shares gear with Ninja. Which turned out to be the case, but then it wasn't a ranged. But something that I also remember I talked about briefly, and that's like ages ago, I specifically remember talking about that while doing this frontline. And some of you might remember how long it's been since it has been available, but that should tell you how long ago that was. But I said it would be interesting if there was like a melee job that was like the inverse of Red Mage, in that it like goes out at range for its burst. I don't know how that would work, but Viper, they almost got it. Like if Rattling Coils was what generated the resource to use Reawaken, then we would have been there. Like then it would have been like nailed it. And yes, exactly, Fru. That's kind of the problem, is that, well, you make the inverse of Red Mage, so the first bit of the combo is ranged, and then the second half is melee. Yeah, but I could just use the ranged part in melee range. It's also a bit like Paladin, yeah. And like Enhancement Shaman, yeah, that's also true, right? There has also been times in World of Warcraft where Retribution Paladin kind of fit that bill, and Unholy Death Knight fit that bill, because they had so many ranged attacks that it was like, why am I in melee range? Oh, because of my auto attacks, right. And now you know why Red Mage's auto attacks suck. Because if they didn't, then you'd be like, yeah, I know most of my attacks are ranged, but why would I go out of range? Missed opportunity to have a defensive called Snakeskin that raised your dodge rate significantly. Well, actually, Cyanide, it's not Snakeskin, but in PvP, you get Snake Scales, which, well, it roots you in place, makes you take half damage, makes you immune to most crowd control, and gives you a barrier. And when you use it again, like, you smack back. Why is it PvP exclusive? Because Viper can't have defensive cooldowns, remember? Helpers says, love that my sword does less damage than a book. Well, the thing is, if I remember correctly, for the lore, while the Red Mage weapon looks like a rapier, like an actual sword, it's more like some sort of tuning fork. Like, the reason why its damage is so amazing when you have, like, mana build-up is because you're basically redirecting this corrupted mana build-up from your spells to your opponent through this, basically, iron stick. So who knows? Maybe the rapier isn't even sharp. It's just blunt. You just dunk them with, like, piece of metal, and you didn't go to the gym, so exactly, it's more like a wand. Yurian says, watch 9.0 give 9.0, like 2 expansions later. Watch, it would be funny if at some point they gave imagine what would happen if one day an expansion was like, all DPS jobs, their capstone action, like the thing they get at the final level, like 120 or whatever, is a defensive cooldown. Black Mage gets an extra charge and mana ward. Red Mage gets like the ability to block 30% damage for a few seconds. So on and so forth. It would be extremely funny. And no, actually, don't make Black Mage get an extra charge on mana ward. Give them an additional thing such that all of them could be something extremely over the top, but it doesn't do damage. Dragoon finally gets a shield. Parents is level 120, Capstone just blood for blood. Everyone just gets blood for blood. And by the way, for anyone who doesn't know or remember, blood for blood was lance charge. Before they reworked it to lance charge. That's the reason why it looks like blood. Because it was called blood for blood. It made you do more damage and take more damage. Which is always fun. Return of Mana Wall. Mana Wall, at least rules as written on the tooltip as it was originally, was insane. It was a cooldown Black Mages got. It was actually pretty funny. In A Realm Reborn, Black Mage got like the Black Mage side of leveling, because, you know, Thaumaturge got spells, Black Mage got spells. The Black Mage side got like Apocastasis, which was like similar to Addle in some ways, but just really, really weird. I believe it was like a defensive cooldown you put on someone that increased resistance to certain elements or something like that. They got Mana Wall, which was a defensive cooldown. They, of course, got Ethereal Manipulation. Like, half of the... Like, they got Freeze, which was a utility spell. Like, half of the things they unlocked were defensive. Mana Wall, I don't remember its cooldown, but what it did was basically nullify the damage of 2 hits on you, the Black Mage. Yeah, more like Block Mage. Now, the next 2 attacks are nullified on you. Doesn't sound like much. 2 physical hits, that's true. And then Mana... I think Mana Ward only, like, reduced... Like, I'm pretty sure it was a magic-only barrier. So, like, you had the magic part and the physical part. But 2 physical hits are completely nullified. Means... Titan turns to face the Black Mage and do a tank buster. 0 damage. That's what it means. And I think the reason why it made sense was because Mana Ward was like, there's a lot of magic damage coming out, like in AoEs and stuff. So it makes sense to like just block some of it. But Mana Wall only made sense because most physical attacks that would come your way as a Black Mage would probably kill you. So like, oh yeah, I can reduce it by like 30%. Still dead. And yeah, exactly, through. It was probably a little broken. Then they made it into a physical barrier. Then they merged it with Mana Ward. Does that mean does that also mean Black Mages could just stand in Landslide? If Landslide did physical damage and Landslide's knockback is unrelated to taking damage from it, then yes. Hypothetically. But if Landslide does magic damage, or the way Landslide is programmed, it might, is does damage and also does knockback. Like, this is something you see with mechanics every so often, is, for example, Ifrit's knockback doesn't do anything if you take 0 damage from it, because it's basically programmed as does damage and then knockbacks if land. Whereas if Landslide is does damage and knockback, like separately, then it doesn't matter that you took 0 damage from it, still knocks you back. And the thing is, the reason why I don't know for sure is because, well, I'm not going to be the idiot who stands in Landslide to check. And it's really specific. Like reading Yu-Gi-Oh text. Yeah, exactly. the difference between X and then or X and also. Let's do it now, live Mythbusters. Yeah, we probably could test that. Maybe. I wonder if hard is chonky enough. Mainly because I don't... Whoops. I don't want to get stuck there for ages because he just jails me or something. Do it on Scholar. I'll use Bloodwetting. When does he start using landslides? You don't. If you take no damage, you don't get knocked back. Just testing on Dark Knight. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tristan. Does he use landslide here? Yeah, he does. Bruh. Oh yeah, 703,000 HP. In this particular case, what we demonstrated there, not the wheel, was if you don't take damage. Gunbreaker and Warrior can get over 1 million. Can they? You'd need over... Oh yeah, if you have extra outside help, you would. I was thinking 20% isn't enough if you have 700,000. That is actually a thing in a lot of things, not the wheel. The thing is, it's a gimmick that if you take 0 damage from something, then sometimes the follow-up effect doesn't work. But it's not consistent enough, so you don't know when it works and when it doesn't work. Like some mechanic, exactly. Chaos and Savage has a knockback, and it's also based off damage. And that is pretty funny. It would seem that it depends on who programmed it. Well, I mean, it depends on who made the encounter. I guess it also depends on what they feel like. See, that's a weird thing, and that's something I've talked about before, is imagine being the guy designing trash packs for a dungeon. Who decided that the turtle at the end of the level 99 dungeon is immune to stuns? How did they come up with that? And why is it not immune to sleep? Why? How did they come up with that? What were they thinking? What were they cooking? Like, how did they... why? Why was it that the mobs in Temple of the Fist were, for some reason, immune to Deep Freeze, the debuff applied by Ram's voice, until it was patched out? As in... For some reason, they released Temple of the Fist and all the mobs in the dungeon, or most of them, were immune to Deep Freeze. Then they added Blue Mage, and then they were like, then nothing changed. And then Blue Mage became level 60 and nothing changed. And then Blue Mage became level 70, and then... Turns out all these mobs were immune to Deep Freeze all along. And then, like, a patch, like, shortly after they patched it, because apparently it was a bug. Like, those mobs had been immune to Deep Freeze for like half a decade or something before it was discovered. because it didn't matter. And yeah, exactly, Darth. It might be that. It's just such a specific thing that is the reason why it makes it weird. And in the exact same logic, we can then go, how does a boss designer decide, well, this attack you can dodge if you, like, prevent the damage, but this attack you can't? Like, when do you, like, how do you decide that? Like, I could imagine, like, maybe it is actually a case of which intern did it, or which developer did it. And it's just, well, whenever Bob designs a boss, he really likes that funny thing with, well, if you block all the damage, nothing happens. Meanwhile, if Larry designs the boss, he hates that. So all of his mechanics are like that. So you can usually tell if it's not consistent on a boss that it was a collab. Could you deep freeze before Blue Mage? Nope. Nope. No other job has been able to apply deep freeze. Which makes it even weirder because, like, I remember we've talked about this before, and I think the best, like, explanation we could come up with was the mobs in Temple of the Fist were probably like, the guy making them just probably copy-pasted a mob from somewhere else and then, you know, just, like, designed each mob from that. And the particular mob they happened to copy-paste happened to be immune to deep freeze. For some reason. And then, of course, the question is, so which mob would that be? Because all the mobs in Snowcloak are not immune to deep freeze, for example. Rontum says, then why would mobs be immune to it before? I don't know. I don't know. That's the reason why this is such a weird incident. That the mobs in Temple of the Fist were immune to a debuff that was not possible to be applied to them in the first place. Like, there's no, like, the only reason why would be that someone were, like, really ahead of the game. Like, in a Realm Reborn, they'd be like, well, we had this stun type called Deep Freeze. Well, this mob should probably be immune to that, and this mob should not be immune to that, and this mob should be immune to that, like, logically. Alright, Emia, thank you for coming. Enjoy your evening. I mean, like, that could make sense. But the reason why it kind of breaks for me is if we had a developer who sat down and did all that, then either they quietly removed the deep freeze immunity from all the Snowcloak mobs when they added Blue Mage, so it never was a problem. Or the Snowcloak mobs were never immune to deep freeze, and then my question of course circles back to, but why not? They live in the snow like that. Like, if any dungeon should have had mobs immune to deep freeze, it should have been the Snowcloak mobs, right? And yeah, exactly, Punchcat. It's kind of the opposite of early Fate bosses that can be deep freezed. Or random bosses that can be stunned. I can't remember if this is still the case, but Hard Ifrit was stunnable at least. And I did see a guide that was so old that it supposedly was like 2.0 or 2.1 or something that suggested that Ifrit was stunnable. Which I found incredibly hilarious. Because, like, the reason why I stumbled upon that was because the guide was, like, saying something to the effect of, well, if you time your stuns right, you can prevent this particular mechanic from ever happening. And then there was, like, an addendum added underneath that were like, well, you can't do that anymore because they added diminishing returns. Which was even more of a shock. They what? Added diminishing returns? added. Oh yeah, Diablos is actually really weird. Because he gets a stun immunity buff that he applies to himself. Like, why didn't you just make him immune? But that's really like that's the funniest thing, is that I wasn't there to know whether it was true or not, but reading like really old like guides where they're like, so you just skip this mechanic by stunning the boss. And then right underneath it goes, you can't do that anymore because diminishing returns exist now. Like, I'm just saying, when Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn was made, World of Warcraft had probably had diminishing returns on crowd control for like 5 years, I think. Because lack of diminishing returns on things like stuns. In PvE, it's insanely overpowered. In PvP, it's just extremely annoying. And feels very, like, makes you very powerless. Exactly, chain sheep, rogues stun locking you for 10 plus seconds, just gradually whittling you down. With that said, we basically had tea time and also dailies. But I think that's a good stopping point. I sure hope that the gates between light and chaos get opened next week, because I do feel like this really makes it awkward to do dailies, or any content really, like gathering people together. It would be nice if we didn't have to go to Shadow. But with that said, if you enjoy the wonderful company of me or the people in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join. We'll find, I think, most of them. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming week. This week we have Dark Knight guides. You can also find the announcement room, which shows links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role and get a notification whenever I do post a video or a stream. It also comes with an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube stuff. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And finally, if you would like to support me or the channel even more directly, you can choose to become a member of the channel here on YouTube. You can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like the YouTube options, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps me directly to be able to safely focus on making entertaining content for all of you, without having to worry about money, essentially. And all the support is very much appreciated. But that's all from me, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!